So, hello everyone. Just 1 second, want to test everything. Just 1 second, want to test everything. Yep, I can hear myself, that's good. If the music is too loud, at the moment I could hear myself very good, loud and clear. But let's see, this tells me I'm offline. I heavily doubt that. Let's see how this works. Check once more, reload everything. That works. Looks good. All right, so everything is up to date. Really curious how this will be today. Yeah, first of all, thank you for all the new followers who joined us in the last couple of days, and especially for the ones who... Whoa, that is loud. Maybe not for you, but it's really loud for me, so just 1 second. I have to reduce that a little bit. Better. Okay. So, and what I was saying is something has changed here on the stream. I'm working not anymore with Streamlabs, and on top of me you find now the chat where we can talk together and you can see everything. And on top of that, this black box, this is new and I love it. And I show you right away why I love it. It's because I can enter stuff like to do. Then I can say add and we want to do something today, like learning, right? And as you see, this fantastic tooling allows me that the chat shows, of course, the message from that. I don't know. No, it doesn't even. So that's even better. And on top of that, you will see that there is now learning inside. And the cool thing is I can also re-toggle that. So that I say toggle, now we have solved that to do. Fantastic. And last but not least, we can even clean it up. And with that, it's gone again. So that means not like the last time on the stream where I searched how can I keep up to date with my to-dos, created a lot of issues while it was just a to-do. Now we can create this as marked up there, and I think that should do the stuff way more interesting for the stream itself. The only problem that I have with my new setup is that I'm not allowed to do something on this side of the screen. So, and you know how good I am with keeping up with that stuff. So if I move that stuff, please shout directly inside of the stream as fast as possible so that I can avoid these problems. So that's the stuff that I wanted to mention before we begin. Actually, also the bitrate has changed a little bit, so the internet connection should be a bit more stable. So that should be also good. And I can see now way easier your chat messages, and I can also answer to that chat messages. So a lot of stuff has improved, which I really like. And yeah, so much so forth to the preamble, so to the beginning of today's stream. What I'm really proud of is that little corner that you find up here. This like small rounded border here. Really nice. Really, I took so much time in that stuff this morning, and I really love now everything that I did. So what do we want to check actually? So if you maybe remember, we had the first stream where we started with this whole AI topic here. I wanted to show you how we can do this adversarial search with Python. And I think if you remember, we had this, oh, I have to change the keyboard. We created in PyCharm, I guess. Yep. We used the project that we received from edX, from a free course that you can do for AI learning that I currently try to receive and finish off with a certificate. What we have able to, hey, Yotsapon, nice to see you. So if you remember this one, you know maybe that we could start up this application here. This is degrees, this is the wrong one, I guess. So let me switch that quickly to tic-tac-toe and this window. And my goal for today is actually to bring this tic-tac-toe runner into Dart. And I would love to see that running. And if we check out for this, it's just a small window where we have play as or play as X or play as O. And now we can choose and play against our AI. So hopefully everything still works. Yep, looks good. And unfortunately, I was not able to win, which is very sad. But as I said, this is the AI that we are playing against. So we want, of course, to try to beat it, but it's not possible, at least according to our implementation. And so we could try a bit around. So game over, tie. And this very easy application we want to recreate in Dart, or at least this would be my goal for today. And I want to see if we can achieve that actually. So yeah, so that's what we want to do, more or less a clone of this tic-tac-toe. And after that, we want to take another look into this adversarial search, or better the Minimax principle, how we can calculate and minimize or maximize a player's outcome of a game. All right, any questions to that so far? How are you, Yotzapon? Cool. So I think I'm too proud of my new stream setup, so. Okay, so where could we start? I would say we start with the TikTok game to create in Flutter and create a Flutter project. Hey Deepak, nice to see you. Oh yeah, for you it's evening, right? So I will not go through all the stuff that I have introduced now. No, that's all good. I just explained what I want to do in this live stream today. And first of all, I introduced like a little bit of the chat box, and above that with the to-do list, I already wrote some stuff inside because we had yesterday the problems to add some to-dos somewhere and I couldn't generate them easily. So now we can create here to-do new, is it, I guess? For example, learning. And no, that was wrong. Like that. And then to-do, add, and learning, for example. Now we have a to-do list that is dynamically working on top of the chat, like completely there. This is pretty awesome. I really like that. So, and then we can finish it and to-do cleanup. So, but rather to just chat everywhere and block the chat with my useless commands, I'm not even sure if this if I have the possibility to somehow not show these messages, actually. I really have to take a look if this is possible for me in the future, but in the worst case, we have it there. I think we can live with that. All right, so let's get going. The only problem that I already mentioned is that I have to be careful with my new stream setup that we don't cross this magic line there. This was side, so this magic line there, because else you will not see anything and I have to make sure that this will not happen. So hopefully this will work. Okay, so let's create a new Flutter project, which we call Flutter Tic-Tac-Toe. Tic-Tac-Toe. Game for, what was the name? Adversarial search. Okay, create that. Additionally, I also watched yesterday my live stream, and what I figured out is that sometimes I just talk a little bit too much. So I will try to keep myself calm today and try to just get something done. And whenever there is a question, I will try to answer that as good as I can. So what I did first is I removed all the comments from our default application that we have here. And I think we can also remove the home screen here. We don't actually need that. So then we would create kind of a view here. File that we can call homepage or home view. Wait, home view.dart, and create a stateless widget that imports material, and we will get that here, home view, and import everything. Good. So next step would be to open up our application. I'm really curious if we can really copy more or less this tic-tac-toe game. Tic-tac-toe in Flutter. color's blue, that's okay for now. I think the coloring we can change that later. So, okay, fantastic. We have our empty space here. So, make that a little bit smaller, like that. Good, we have hot reload, we understand. Okay, so first things first. I would say we have to remove this debug, show panel. Show, so we make that false, right? Good. An empty case, that's good. So we want to wrap this with a scaffold. And this is of course not a child, it's a body. And another idea that I have right now is instead of using the macOS, even though it looks fine, let's try to switch to Android emulator. And why is that? Because we can have that inside of our IDE. So the risk that I hit this magic line here is smaller. So let's try that. I hope you can hear me loud and clear. This didn't work, unfortunately. Why not? Ah, now it's connecting. Okay, fantastic. Yeah, but now it's inside, so... Up. Ah, you can hear me clearly, so fantastic. So, while the emulator is starting, let's see what we can do else without too much hassle. So to make it as easy as possible again, so that we get a solution quickly, we want to have 2 buttons and a headline, right? Something like we have a scaffold, so a scaffold has a famous app bar. That's that, and should create that, fantastic. And I think we don't need that too much. Make that a bit to the side. Still in the picture, yep, good. All right, so in the app bar we have a title, which can be a text. And in this text we can write tic-tac-toe, the game. And inside of down here we have a container at the moment. So here we want to display our buttons. So what I will do is give it just a child, which is a column, which has children. And inside of this column we show the 2 buttons. Easy as this. Or we can try to replicate a little bit the Python solution. So if we take a look here again, start it up. So this guy, we have that headline here, and then we have players X and players O. So we can try to recreate that. So inside of this column, it's the question if we need a column. No, we can, I think we can remove that and use just a row, which works exactly the same with 2 raised evaluated, no. I always forget the difference. So we have the raised buttons, and there is an alternative which I like more, and this is, it's deprecated with the information, elevated button. So fair enough. So this elevated button has a child with a text like play as X. And we have it on pressed, which we have to do later. Oh, thank you, Deepak. Sorry, it was a little bit off course. I just did. We'll create the second one. And now in this row, I can say the main axis alignment should be with space between. Elevated. I somehow cannot come into with that new naming, elevated button. It sounds so weird. In general, the new naming for the buttons is a bit off, in my opinion. But it's just how I'm getting used to it, I guess. I think they aligned it now to the material framework, right? So if you search for material design, this guy here, and we check out for the buttons, then we will see that they have organized that with these together. So Communication, machine learning, motion, shape, components, app bar, backdrop, bottom, buttons. So, and I think the names of the buttons are now also the name. Types, button, contained button. Or not? Am I wrong? Contained toggle. In dialog in cards. Okay. I have to admit I'm a little bit confused. I thought this was the whole reason why they changed the naming there. Interesting. Yeah, I think it has some naming issues. I thought it was dependent on this material UI, and now that I see that there is no naming like elevated button, as I said, I'm a bit confused. Oh well, they had their reasons. I know, but I think because we are importing always the material library, that should be as closely aligned as possible. At least this was what I thought. So if we search here for Flutter, you see, and then we have also the text buttons, outlines buttons, and so on. So interesting. It's really, really interesting. Text button. Outline button. Or maybe there is a new version. Elevated button. So the contained button is the elevated button. They forgot. Yeah, maybe. Okay, so we have them now here, but I want to actually have them centered, right? If this is possible. Ooh, I forgot how much energy the emulator needs for Android. Uh-oh. I have the bad feeling that my Mac is crashing right now. Yep, that doesn't look good. Okay, can't move my mouse anymore, so let me try something. Yeah, that looks like a crash, so I will be back with the Mac in 1 second. So yeah, ask me some questions in the meantime, until I can work again. What do you think about the new video that I put out for tomorrow? That's completely crashed. Okay. So, doop doop doo. Make some noises. Sorry for that. Should be up in a minute. Your internet connection was not stable? All right. So let's see. Good. Closing some stuff off. Hopefully don't crash again. So, I just wanted to participate you in a restart of my laptop. I think you'll really like that, or that was fantastic. Okay, but maybe this also gives me the information that I maybe should not use the emulator, because I think iOS and macOS is just faster. Straight out of the box. So macOS and So where we are here. I think I don't need a second screen here. Let's hope that it doesn't break down again. So, okay. So, here we are. Okay, so here we are, ready and go. Yeah, I think that should work as programming possibilities. So we are back in business, isn't it great? So we want to play as X or we want to play as O. And so that I can avoid the problems from the last time, what I will do is adding the lint package into my pubspec.yaml. So let's head over to pub.dev, get the lint package. So, and back into Android Studio and put that here inside. Pub.get. I'll just reduce the music a little bit more because I'm afraid that it's too loud for the stream. Just reduce the music. Oh, on the other hand, I should be loud and clear to hear. If you have any music wishes, I can also change that. This is currently the Harris Heller playlist that I'm hearing, and there are a lot of, like, Heller, he created this fantastic stream beats for us, and inside of the stream beats there is so much music. So if you have any music wishes, please let me know. Now we can just change that quickly. And what I want to do is also going to Twitch, going to my channel, make myself silent, and I think I can pop out somehow this chat here if I was not wrong. Users in chat. No. Alright, so we just pin that on, make myself silent again, don't use any bandwidth, and send the message. Fantastic. Good. Alright, lint we have, buttons we talked about, good. Adversarial search we want to do. And our application is here at the moment. So, sorry for all that stuff and the whole setup and everything. But you know, still learning. So I would like to give that a padding, and I think for that we don't really need this container. And we could wrap this one in a padding in the meantime. Give that the edge inset that we need. Dot symmetric, vertical, I don't know, maybe 8. This is horizontal, of course. Fantastic. The buttons could be a bit bigger, right? I think we shouldn't use elevated buttons in the first place, right? What we could use is the inkwell. Okay. I see already that I'm jumping again. So let's create some of the to-dos. Like, for example, buttons. Yeah, make buttons beautiful. Then we want to add, add a linting package. And here we are. So now we have something that I can guide on. And whenever I don't do this and I forgot to add these to-dos, please inform me. Please tell me something that I always keep my head spinning about this, that I add this to-dos and working step by step, because I'm very easily distracted and do 500 things at once. So with that, we should be cleaner here. Okay, to add the analysis options, we need, of course, a file. analyzes options. Oh, .yaml. Once more, add a new file. Options.yaml. And inside of here, we want to import the linting package. Good, that should do the trick, I guess. Here we are, fantastic. Give this a const, this can be const, nice. I don't think we need that too much, so I can just put that on top. So we have the space axis alignment, we have now linting in place, so we will not forget that. And this time I hope that I can write some tests. That would be also amazing. Let's see. So let's toggle one of these, toggle the second to do. All right. So keeping the buttons beautiful. So at the moment we are using elevated buttons. And this works quite fine if we think about that they just are there. That would be the best and easiest opportunity, and maybe we should keep it also like that for now. Now let's have a look how they implemented all of that. So the TikTok player, I'm really curious how this stuff is implemented. So they imported some stuff and import TikTok as TTT. So what is that? This is a TikTok pie. Okay, close the others. We have X and O, these are the players. We have empty, which is no one plays. And we have these fields, the initial state. And I think these are the methods that we have wrote, right? Terminal, utility, and so on. So this is all the stuff that we have done for the project that we did. And here in tic-tac-toe, what actually happens, we have this player, row in board, O count, returns player who has the next turn on the board. Why is it twice there? I think we created it here too. So we have the colors, black and white. Okay, screen, display mode, set mode on size. So they have a fixed width for their sizes of the window. They use a specific font. I think we don't have to do that yet. Medium font, large font, okay. User none, board, TTT, and I don't know if you have the option to add that. Oh, you can try that once more, and instead of add, write add. So like, I will make it with a star to do, and then add. And I think you should be able to. Else, you know what, I can also make you to an admin, moderator. Huh? Can make you blocking, can give you a timeout, I can block you. Yeah, maybe the next time. Up. But you're right, to make break is always important, and this time I forgot my water, so I have to run away later for a second. Because I learned that after a while of programming and talking, my throat gets really sore. But yeah, don't want to complain. So we have a while true and a I turn false. Okay, so while true we have for event, pygame event. What is pygame? Is that it's just an import? And this delivers a lot of things, so maybe we cannot easily recreate it. But let's see, we have an init, a tuple with int, okay. Are auto imported with pygame, so I put their declaration here, okay. So what do we see here in this pygame? overloads. Oh, we don't have any chance to see what is behind there. Rect surface color, init tuple. Pygame quit, sys exit, screen fill black. If user is none. Okay, so that means we cannot clone too much of that stuff, of course, as far as I see. Let user choose a player if user is null. Okay. So we can do the same thing. If the player is not used or selected yet, the player is not X nor O. Else the tile size is 80. Okay. Do some stuff. Okay. That means without everything, screen blit. Interesting. Oh, it's coming also from that Pygame. Draw a rectangle with the screen white, play X button. So this is for the buttons. Call idempotent, time to sleep, okay. TTT means... Ah, tic-tac-toe, okay. Mouse get position range. Okay, they really created and drawed these rectangles for that stuff. Okay, we want to do that a little bit different, I guess. So let's close that off. I think we don't need that actually. So what I would like to do is creating first a tic-tac-toe game, because I think these two buttons will be very easy. So what we have to do is we need a screen or something that we could call tic-tac-toe game or game board. Like we need a new view. Let's create a folder for that, like views. Put the home view inside, refactor. Good, and create another file that we call board. Tic-tac-toe board, game board. .dart. Okay, so stateless widget, game board. And let's import some material stuff. So, and how does it look like? Well, actually we have here again a grid of two. So let's think quickly how this will look just for me. So what I will do is I will create a scratch file. Where is it? Scratch file here. Dart. Void main. What is a scratch file? A scratch file has the benefit that I can just scribble around in it. I can write some code without trying to execute it or generate something. So just to give you an idea how this will look like. So we will have a list and of the a list of strings, I guess, or a list of strings. So, and you remember this two-dimensional thing. So this is our game board. And how you can understand that is we have an array and inside we have again 3 arrays. 1, 2, 3. So that means we have one column with 3 rows, and in each row we have strings inside, and we can have 3 different states here. Yes, like Scribble, exactly. So we are able to write inside what we want actually without destroying anything. But you can still execute this stuff, and you can also save it for later. So this is pretty cool if you need a quick scratch file, or if you want to write some HTTP requests that you just want to use once or twice and then throw it away again. So the strings could be X, the string could be O, the string could be X. And then you have maybe none, or instead of none, I would recommend to use null, I guess. So we have X, O, and null. Or we create actually kind of an enumeration, like we would have up here, and class players, or no, what is this? A field state? Yeah, I think a field state would be good. And instead of a class, this would be an enum. And here we could have then, null makes sense. Yeah. Yeah, we can do that. And then we have like player X, or we just create X, O, and free or something, or empty. And then we just use these compared to like field state. And then we can just use that. I think that would make it a little bit more hardened from my gut feeling. But on the other side, it's getting very verbose, like a lot of text for nearly nothing. Yeah, kind of this. I'm not absolutely sure now, but yeah, I think strings would be the easiest way, like X, O, and null. Just use null for it. And then we have the possibility to select what we need. And because we have a full space here, right? So we have here null, null. So this will be always a two-dimensional array with 3 rows. Why is that expected? Got a comma. All right, up here. Good. Okay, so this would be a game board for us. And this would be kind of our state, right? So we would have kind of a game board state. How would we keep track of this state? I would recommend to use provider again, just because I find it very convenient. Else we could also just create stateful widgets. We can do also that if you have there a preference. So what do you think, Deepak? Should we use stateful widgets or provider? Or start with the one and go to the other or something like that? Any preferences? Provider. Okay, so let's go with provider. I think that's also fair. We could also think about Riverpod, but I think the default provider is at the moment that mighty. That's good enough. So we have the game board view or provider. Yep. And this will be a class, game view provider. Or game view provider sounds very terrible. Game board designer, yeah. Game board provider, which extends the change notifier up because we want to react on changes here in this notifier. And what we have is the board state, which is at the beginning a list of strings. And at the beginning, it will be just a list with 3 lists inside, and all of it will be null. So we know that the beginning, the game state is always null, null, and null. Same for here. And last but not least. Good. So then we will have a reset board function right away. So that's something that we know already, but I think we don't need that yet, but that will be there in the future, I'm pretty sure. So let's use this provider. And as you see, we currently use the change notifier. And if we import that, we can import that from everywhere from Flutter. I'll just use now the foundation. And inside of our main, we will need the provider package now. That means go to pubspec.yaml and let's search quickly here for the provider version. And let's install that. Yep, and this we will need as a usual dependency. Pub-get. Good. And get. So, because we don't want to change the board state without notifying someone, we have to make a getter for that. So we have a list of string, which is a get board state equals to board state. Somewhere I made a huge mistake. Dip, dip, dip. Yeah. List isn't a type. So I think this has now a hiccup. Reload from disk. And slowly I get the feeling that I should move maybe to Visual Studio Code, if this doesn't work like I wanted. And it does seem like that. So there was a new update today, so maybe that is the reason for it. So let's switch to Android Visual Studio Code. Nobody should say I'm not flexible. So let's see, we open the development, I guess. No, that would be Android Studio projects. And we have that as tic-tac-toe here. We don't save, we don't need. Up and open up our lib provider, game board provider. Yeah, you see it looks already better. So I still hope you can see everything and that I don't blame myself now that we use the good old This is a getter, right? So we return board state, which is a method that returns board state. Without a parameter list. Okay, so don't do it. Even better. Good. So you complain, make it final. That I don't think that this will be the truth, so we keep it for now like this. But with this game board provider, we want to make sure that we keep this state now in place. And if we move and go to the main.dart, we surround our home view with a red widget provider. Or better, change notifier provider. Game board. And this one needs the create method. Okay, and here inside we get the context and have to create the game board provider. No. In the type my app. We have to import that. Okay, can do so. And now we should have that. Make here a comma, cleaner, fantastic. So, well, we can try to start up the application quickly. Is there a shortcut to close that? Command-Shift-E. But it's just select, yeah. So at the moment this is empty, but it's starting up everything. So if we change that to home view, we should be able to see the mandatory scaffold. Yeah, cool. So we have that game board. And here in the game board, we want to create this state. And regarding to that, we want to create something. So I think the easiest way would be again to use the grid view builder. With this grid delegate, we learned a little bit about that. And we know now already that we have an item count of 9. I think without even watching at it. Grid delegate, sliver dig up. Fair enough. And we will have an item builder, which we'll get here. So, and for each we create a container. So, in the sliver grid delegate, don't know, grid delegate, what do you want? Up. This is a grid view. So scroll container, sliver grid, delegate. Sliver grid, abstract constructor, okay. The tiles can be replaced arbitrarily, but it is more efficient to place tiles in roughly in order by scroll offset. How was that now again? Grid view builder, item count. With fixed cross-axis count. Yeah, I think I remember this was that thing that we needed. Okay, so get that inside. And the axis row will be free. I mean, look at that, how long it is. It's incredible. Good. So now we get a container and all of that should be wrapped in a scaffold. Scaffold with a body of that and an app bar. And inside of this app bar, I want to display a specific title. And here I want to show your turn. And this should change later to, for example, player who to the current player. Yeah, the name is really long, right? So I sliver grid delegate with fixed cross-axis count. But I mean, at least it is, how do you call it? Explicit. So it makes it absolutely explicit what is important to it. So, do we see it now, something? No. And the reason for that is home view, game board. We have an error somewhere. Down here. Where do we come from? So we have this app bar. That looks good. Scaffold. One too much. Okay. And here we go. Good. With that in place, we have now the idea of this container. And for each, we can now create... Yeah, it sounds like a sentence. The sliver grid delegate, but it's hard to give a better name, right? I mean, you want to say that it has a fixed cross and mount, right? And without being that long, it's very hard to give a good name here. We could get rid of the sliver grid delegate by just saying it grid delegate. We could get rid of sliver, but you want to make sure that it is scrollable. By the way, we want not that it is scrollable. I think for that we have to add some physics to it. How was it? No scroll or something. No scroll. Never scrollable physics. Exactly. So with that, we make sure that it is not scrollable anymore. And now we create containers with a height of 50, with a width of 50, and a color of colors.black for now. Yeah, so we have some kind of elements. No idea why. Good. So this maybe has a decoration, box decoration. That gives us borders. Border.all color, style, and width. So the color could be black actually. Colors.black. And let's keep the rest for now. Because what we want to change is actually this color. It could be white. Or better, just leave it away. What, remove argument? Because it's anyway black. Okay, fantastic. And now we have our grid. Woohoo! So first step done. So now we could make sure that the outlined don't have borders. I think that would be something. But to keep it simple again, we want to keep that for now and make it surrounded by an inkwell. So whenever we click one, we turn around who's playing at the moment, right? So we have to keep track who's playing or who's the player. So we can create an inkwell for that. And we have an on pressed, not on long pressed. I think we have on tap is the name here. Yep. So, and here we mark this with an player tag. So, and for that we would have to give this child here or this container here with that border something inside. So a child, I guess, which would be the name of the player, I guess. So text, depending on who wins or who loses. So kind of like that. Of course, this would be centered and very large, but kind of this. So if we get rid of this const once more and add here as centered widget, text style, make the whole thing font size. I don't know, just make it very large at the moment. So I think the whole thing can be const at the moment. Yep. Kind of like this. All right. So what is all state in this widget? So the first things are state. This will be all these different elements. So this here is our first state. Then what do we have else? We would like, after we have tapped it, I want to deactivate it. So that means I am not able to tap it again, not even with the inkwell. So this would be something that we have to do, right? So disabled need to be, or it needs to be disabled somehow. How can we do that? Can request custom exclude from semantics, hover. Can it be disabled? I think to disable it, we have to pass null inside of the tab, right? So now, yeah, now it's disabled. Okay. So we will have here some kind of logic, right? In that inkwell, kind of, if the current player is, if this one is already played, or if there is already something inside, then we don't want to move. Okay. For that, how can we do that? Let's try to access and wait, let us check our to-do list that I cannot see here, but here. So make buttons beautiful. I think that still can be, but next step would be to do add to integrate state. So, and I think I can also to do mark that one. Do we have so much delay here? That's very sad. But yeah, all right. So color, and then we can color, I think, the second one, or move the third one to one. Ha! Fantastic. So as you see, I still play a bit around with this to-do list. And next would be that we want to have the state here. So what will be the state? We want to have a current player also, right? At the moment we just have a list with the board state, but then we want to have a current player or active player who is at the beginning X always, right? X is always the beginning player, and this could be, what is it? A string. then we would have, we need some kind of understanding who is our players. So we have the strings O and X somewhere, but I don't know if this is really state. This is just something that we know that there is player 1 and 2. Player 1 is X and player 2 is O. And here we can change it to string and here to string, and in the active player we give player 1. This could be final, I guess. Remove type annotation. Okay, because it's obvious, I guess. No, what is the problem here? Name non-constant identifier use lower chemical. Don't do Python things. I always say that to me. Player 1. Good. Player 1. Extract method. All right. So the active player is X. Good. Fair enough. Or should we keep the active player at the beginning null? But this doesn't make sense, right? Because at the beginning, we always know that X is on the run or has the most, highlight. He want to do something. So. Okay, so that we have that, and we have the board state. We know this. Why is that blue? Make it final. Because we cannot change it yet. Okay, so that means we can get again string get player 1. And I think we can even access that always from here because we will never change it, right? It's final. So we don't actually have to create a getter for that. But we want to get the active player. And this will be the active player. And this guy should be immutable. Will this be final? No, I don't think so. But for now, let's have it final. Okay, so that means we receive now the active player back to the game board, and this would be the turn here. So we want to get that somehow. And in order to get that, we know that we can access the context dot. And now we have the read, or better the watch, because we want to get that always, right? So we make that finished, and the context, we have to import the provider. So, and inside of this watch, we can say that we want to watch to the game board provider. And here we receive our active player, and then we have active player is equal to this. And you can go here. And this cannot be a const anymore. Good. So that means on top we will have now your turn X. Fantastic. Good, then we have our item count of 9, and we know that we have this onTap function where we have to provide something sooner or later. So when do we know that this one is active actually? So we know, and also this we can write inside, I think. To do add so let us think. We know now the active player, and we can always tap that if the state is empty. So if this inkwell here on this index is not selected, so if it is null. So how can we check that? So we need the state actually, right? So we have to watch again. And what I will do is I will extract this here as an own method, as an own variable. good idea. We will do that. Adding that. And now we have the game board provider here. Now we have the... what is that? The active player? No, the on tab. And we need the state of the board, like board state. The value of the local variable board state isn't used. Try removing the variable or using it. Yeah, no worries. So now, in order to get the right item, we get now always an index, right? This index will be 0, 1, 2, 3, 4 till 8, right? So it is always modulo 8, modulo 3, of course. So we can say that to get the current space, let me think, exactly the index of the grid. So we have the board state, and we want to say the board state where we have the index modulo 3, right? Is equal to null. Then we have a method, else we have null. And I think I flipped it, right? So if it is null, we return null, and else we show the method. Oh wait, this is wrong. Oh wait. I cannot do that easily. So wait a second. We need to divide and get the column where we are. So if we are in the first column, so wait, so this index times 3 is of course wrong, because what we have is the first column always, and there we have this index times 3, right? Let me think about it. We have always, no, this is, we have one list that we get here, and now we have to decide in which row we are. And I think this is also wrong. So let's have a look in the game board provider. So we have this list. And inside of the list, we want now to identify if we are in the first, second, or third row. So that means we have to divide by 3. And if we have, and yeah, what we can do is to get the row where we are, we have to divide the index by 3. I think there is this exclusive that we can do, like a row equals, and I can turn that into an integer like so, and then I think I have to make a wave here or something. Was it in front? No, not like that. So with that I get an integer with the rest. So that means if I have here divided by 3 is 1, then it's the first column, the second and the third. So this should do the trick. In order to test that, what I want to do is taking away all of that, bring it in here, and I would like to calculate this. If I tap it, print, that should be nice and easy. And if I click it now, we get 2. We get 0, we get 1. Fantastic. So this is actually the value that we want for the row. And now in order to get the place where we are from all the 3, we have to modulo 3. So we get 2, 2, right? Then we get 1, 2, and we get 0, 2. This here is pretty fancy because it returns us an integer. So that means it cuts off everything that is behind the comma. So that means a 1.5 till design, yeah. So that means the result of, let's say we have 2 divided by 3, then the result would be not 2/3. It's not getting clean, right? Is that correct? So if we make a calculator, we have 2 divided by 3. Then we have this 0, 6, 6, 6, 6. So the result of this tilde would be 0. And if you have, I don't know, 1 divided by 3, it would be still 0. But if you have something like 5 divided by 3, you have 1. So it cuts off everything that is behind and gives you back an integer. And this is maybe very good to know. So you cannot, you are sure that you receive an integer from that. Do we get here anything? Oh yeah, look at that. Truncation division operator. If either operand is a double, then the result of truncating division A, B is equivalent to truncate to int. If both operands are ints, then performs the truncating integer division. Yes, exactly. So it truncates it. And with that you have the benefit, or in our case, we get the benefit that we can identify in which row we are or in which line we are. So this should be 0, 0. This should be 0, 2. Let me quickly remove everything and check. So this one is 1, 1. So 0, 0, 1, 1, 2, 2. And what can we say about this? This is 2, 1. So 2, 1. Yeah. That's really useful, yeah. Especially for something like here. Cool. Nevertheless, let's take all of that and bring it in front of here. So if we have here this state, then return null. Else, if this is null, then return null. Else we do that. I would like to turn it around. It feels wrong to have the null value in the beginning. And return null. Fair enough. So we don't print anything here, or actually let's print that. I think it's valuable. And then we can have a look. So if something is inside, like X, which is not the case. Here's something wrong, I guess. Something fishy is going on. Hot restart. You're most welcome, Deepak. I'm very happy that I can also introduce something new. We still cannot. The board state index. So this is the column, or did I turn it now around and this is the row? And could be that I turned it in the wrong way. No, it doesn't work. If this one is unequal to null, then we have, they are all null. That's wait, if it is equal to null, we want to click it, else we would not to click it. So this makes more sense. Now it's right. So my thinking mistake. So, cool. With that we have this. And what we can do is maybe create, here we go. So how can I create or refactor that? Can I extract a method that we want to enter the name for the method? And this is cell blocked. And if no, this is unfortunately a wrong name. Refactor, change the name. F6. So you see how often I work with Visual Studio Code. So go to implementation, format, refactor. So keyboard shortcuts for Visual Studio Code, change all rename symbol F2. All right. So is cell free? Or is cell selectable? Yeah, kind of this. Good. With that, we have this done. And now here inside, of course, we have to do something like make the move. And down here we have the state again with whoever has selected it, right? So here we can actually show and use again the same thing like here. And we just show the state, right? So first of all, we have to say if this is board checked, cell selectable with the board state and the index. I think that should be there. Then we return something else. We return something else. He's not happy with that. Why? Instant invalid const. Okay, this is no const anymore. That's true. So what we say is if it is selectable, we show nothing. If it is not selectable, we want to show the board state with the value inside to string. Well, I guess so if it is selectable, yeah, maybe it should do the trick. Ooh, so still active? Yeah, all right. So we did that already. So now it's the time to make the move. Is cell active? Oh, is cell active is maybe even a better name. Yep, I think that's good. So let's see if I can change that. Is cell active? Good, thank you, Deepak. So, sorry, just check the stream once more. It really looks better this time, right? We don't have so many downtimes or killings of the stream and all of that. That's really cool. Really happy with that. Oh, what a little change of the whole thing makes for an impact. It's really good. So we can select all of these, right? And now the goal is we want to make our move. So we have, I would say we use now the context.read of the game board provider. Yep. And what we want to do is calling a method like, it's great to have a team where you can discuss ideas and so on. So it's always nice to have you here, Deepak. All right. So what would be to make the move? Yeah, make move or turn. I think we can use the terminological of term. Yeah, turn. And what I want to do is giving the player inside who's currently, well, the active player is currently inside of the state already. So what we have to do here is actually just say what he has pressed, right? So, and this would be the index trip. Where is it? No, just take this. So we have to pass in this info. And we have to pass in this info so that we know what is exactly selected. And then inside of here, of the game board provider, we create the method. Jump inside. And here we receive I and J, so that's fine, I guess. Print object. That looks weird. Found this candidate, but the arguments don't match print. I have a print that doesn't work. Like where? Not here. Print? No. Okay, weird. So also Visual Studio Code is weird from time to time. Good. By the way, in the future, what I want to do is to use one dark theme in VS Code. Okay. And to do move 4 to 3. Such a cool tool, really happy with it. Okay, so we do our turn, and what this means is we go to our list of the board state, and thanks to our Y, I, and J, we can now directly go to it and say that there is the current active player, like active player. So then our active player changes, right? How would we do that? We have to switch players. I think we can do it like that. Create the method for it. And inside... Hey Saulo, nice to see you. Thank you, very happy. I'm really happy that you like my videos. It's a joy to see it always that people like and appreciate the videos. It's a lot of work, makes a lot of fun. So let's switch the players, and if the active player is equal to X, then we the active player, I think we should also access the private variable, should be now O. Else the active player should be now X. And you see that it complains now, and the reason is because it is final, which it shouldn't be. Good, so this is not final anymore, which is good. I'm not really sure if we can keep that here as final, but I think so, because the list inside is mutable. So with that, it should be okay-ish. So we changed the state, we switched the players, and now let's see how this turns out here. Okay, interesting, and nothing happens. So let's remove the final for now. Of course nothing happens. Haha. Yeah, because I forgot one important thing, the notify listeners. So let's try it again. Oh. I think there is a mistake. And I think the mistake lies here, that J and A is vice versa. Let's restart quickly. That works. That works. Okay. Okay. So we have already our tic-tac-toe games. Isn't it great? So we can play already. Okay. 2 more things that we could include. Is something missing here? I don't think so. We have the turns. Now we have to get a win condition, right? So when it's done. And what do we need else? I think that's already nearly it. The rest would be to create like an AI that can play for us or against us. So let's see, we have that in place. We have this game board, home view. And you see, I already wanted to change the subject. So a next to do would be to do add make a win condition. So did it work? Fantastic. Move the 5th to the 1st. And I think we can to do move 5 to 1 and to do toggle 2. 2 to 4. Yeah, something like that. Okay, the good thing is about this win condition thing, we already have that in place somewhere. And if I remember, we have that done inside of the Python charm or PyCharm created. So we don't have to reinvent the wheel and think about how we can determine who or how the winner will be picked. We can just copy that over. So I think we have this game over here. We have here in the tic-tac-toe game. So here is the player that is currently playing. Returns player who has the next turn on a board. Okay, so we recognize that by the player. We have the initial state. Okay. Ah, they called it also something. Oh, maybe we should do that also, because at the moment we have X and O, and a clean state we could also initialize, but yeah, leave it like that for now. So we give inside the board and then we count. Could be useful to make it like that in the future. Let's see. Then we need possible actions. I think this is for the AI stuff, but we have this terminal somewhere. Yeah, here. And for that we need the function winner. And the winner was calculating all that stuff where we check against these OOO, find column winner and find diagonal winners. So I think we can copy all of that and transfer that into our, how do you call it? In our Dart application. So we have this switch here and now we have the winner function. I think we can also just name it the same. And of course you have terminated, that's okay. And as you see, I just copied it over so that we can more or less just copy it over and do it again, because it wouldn't make sense to write everything again. If you are interested how we implemented all that stuff, you will find a video there, and we created that already in another live stream. I'm not just quite sure which one it was. Okay, but in the meantime, for var or final row in board, that means we received the board, and or better for us, the board is the board state here. Board state? No? Okay, maybe because it crashed somehow in between, so maybe I shouldn't copy it only over. It's getting too complicated for my IDE. Nah. Nope. Dart analyzer. Restart the analyzer server, maybe then it works again. Yeah, so fantastic. You can remember that in Visual Studio Code. Whenever you have problems with it, restart the analyzer server will help you out usually. So this is also not possible, and here we are. So to identify the winner, we had this, then we have this row in board, then we counted the elements inside the row, and if one of them has enough value, then we give it back. So we count our X, we have row. Can we count? I think we can also count here, or can we? Clear contains add. Retain where, select last index. Add all, listener, iterator, get range, index of, get. We can fold it. Single where, skip while, take while, to list where. Huh, interesting. So we don't actually have that. So we need to fold it ourselves. Okay, so if I know that. Can we get this rows contains? We get a boolean. But what does that mean? We get a contains boolean? Do we really have to implement that on ourselves? Okay, so that would be a good point why Python could be good for something. So let's see, Python or list count Dart. So I'm not the only one who searched for that. Yeah, that was what I thought. Interesting. The same code should be written as which I think are more clean. Map update E something. For each X. Map contains element. I didn't thought that we have to make this manual actually. Okay, but no worries, we can do that. So we have our row, and for each element in our row, so that will be final cell in row, we have then to count, like first we have an X counter equals 0, and we have a O counter, which is 0. And for final cell, now we can check if cell dot contains X. Yep. And if this is the case, then X counter goes plus plus, else we have just nothing. Do I do that correctly? So what is this? Oh, this gives us a boolean, so X counter plus plus. But we cannot do that for the other part, right? And we don't want to return it, so we really have to write an if. Up. Give that down here, X counter plus plus. Else if cell dot contains O. If this is the case, then we have to give the O counter plus plus. I think that doesn't work because it's not an integer yet. So, and I think, what is wrong? Remove typo, split, unused local air. That's all good. And else we don't count. And now after that for loop is done and we have counted both, then we can say that if X counter equals to 3, then we say print X is winner. And else if O counter equals 3, print O is winner. Oops. Good. So, up. The below one looks straightforward. Ah, you mean with that mapping and everything? So this one. But why would I create a map in order to calculate something? Does it really look straightforward? I mean, I can copy that, of course, but nobody would. I need some time to understand it, actually. So what do I see here? We have a for each that goes through each element. And then we say each element in map x equals to unequals contains keys. Then it is 1, else it is map x plus 1. So that would mean whenever we have an x, we add that, or no, not even that. It creates a map for all the things that it finds. So that says A and a and something like that. So we have a map with all the A's. But if I don't want to have that, I could use the same approach with the X's and O's, but I mean, we have 3 X's and 3 O's, and it looks so much overkill for that. So, yeah. But what we could do is, instead of using this for loop here, I mean, at the end we do exactly the same thing, right? On the other hand, my thing is not looking that much easier at the end. We have the elements and we want to make a map. And additionally, we have to do that multiple times, right? If I think about it in Python, if I'm looking at it, we make this count, then we column count, we do the same thing again. And we just return the player, so X or O. So in our case, we can do the same thing. So we return X, or better, player 1. Which is, by the way, confusing, I guess. So if we see player 1, this would be the player X in general. So... Return player X is not possible because he don't want it. He gets a string back. But doesn't end with that. Return player O. And if none of this works, we return you are done for this for loop. If nothing, then we return null. So so, and this whole thing with all this returns and everything, final row, it's only for the winner of the row, right? So all of that can refactor, extract a method, check a row winner. Select the cannot return statement, but not all possible execution flaws exist. Semantics may not be preserved. Great. Because of the players. If I don't return anything, then it doesn't return there. That makes sense. Okay. So we cannot do that. Sorry that I still struggle with that one. I'm still thinking about if this makes sense, but it doesn't really look good, to be honest. Yeah, no, with that, I'm at least clear what I want to say. No. I'm sticking with that one. All right, so now find column winner. We have J in range of 3. J is in our case what exactly? That's just the value, and we have the value from 0 to 3. And we say column X count, column O count. So for each... So for each column we want to calculate now. So for that we go through all of them and say for each column like that we have to calculate that stuff. Okay, fair enough. So let's add some comments here. So check for the row winner. Next one is getting a bit more complicated because we check for the column winner. And here we need now to loop again for var I equals 0, I smaller than 3, I plus plus. And I think 3, yeah, that's correct. And then we have again one var j is 0, j is smaller than 3, j plus plus. Fair enough. And here inside we create again our variables like our counters, right? I think I can take this inside of here. Column count x and column count o. Both of them are integers. Fair enough. What happens here? Make it final? No, we don't do that. So, all right, and then we have to calculate the same thing again, right? So if we check again our solution, we had this. If the board JO contains, oh, okay, this is also easier now. So if the board that we have at the position with I and j is equal to player x, then column count x is increased. Else if the same thing, column count O plus plus. All right, so we have that. And if one of them is free, we win. So after the for loop, we add these two. Give here some value like that. Count X. O. Good. So, and with that we have checked the column winner, and now we just have to check the diagonals, right? Oops. So last thing. And here, how can we do that? We have them also here. For actor in okay, so we just hard-coded that stuff. True, I remember. So we have here a loop that we created through a list that we created ourselves. So, and then we said that if statements here with that very long one. Get rid of that. And inside of here, we return the current actor. And this is not X, this is player X, and this is player O. Good. So now we have just to move here a little bit around. That's true, that's correct. Here we need some ampersand. Equals equals. We have and, which is ampersand. Or gets switched to this. And so, why does it not order correctly? Oh, we have an error somewhere. No quick fixes available. Ah, okay. So this is of course a final. Board is the board state. Bring that up again in one line. Where does the error occur? Expected an identifier. Probably I killed here that. No if, that's true. I closed the if too early. This is not true. Or better, all of that is true. And maybe what I should do is creating an if statement or a line for this. And then we return the actor. So. Okay, so these are the three possibilities, and this should do the trick, I guess. We could optimize that, of course, right? Because at the moment we count all of that, so we go through each cell in every direction. But what we could do in the future is that we say something like, okay, if you somewhere in between you have like X and O, then skip, just go further. You don't have to look further. But I think for 3 columns, it shouldn't be a problem in general. Okay, so now we have our win condition implemented, right? We have our winner. So the next step is to get the terminal again. So this was the state when we know we won or we lost, and we want to show the winner, I guess. So if winner board is X or winner board is O, then return true. So terminal just tells us if the game is over. So what we can do is write that, I think void terminal. We get inside the board, but in our case we are in the state, so we have anyway access to it. So here we check for the winner of the current board. I think we can say something like getting the winner. Winner is equal to winner var. This should be a string, I guess. And final, maybe. Why can I not access this one? This winner. So the winning player. So if the winning player equals to player X, yeah, or the winning player equals to player O, then we can return true. So the game's over. This is not void, it's bool. Yeah, don't you worry, there comes more. So count is empty, so if we don't have any space anymore, okay, we counted the empties. Actually, we don't even have to count the empties, right? We could just say return as soon as we find one empty space, right? So row in count. So what we have to do is, again, taking a for loop, like a final row in the board state. And now we can say if the row contains somewhere the empty, so a null. then so, and then if this is the case, return false. Right? As soon as we have somewhere a null, we can play further. And if it doesn't, wait, I cannot say else, but if we come to this place, then we can return true. Because if none of that returns null, then this should work. So we get a row. Is this true? Is this all true? Yeah, that could be. I think that looks fine for me. Good. So can we test that? Actually, I think we can test at least the last one once more. So just to make sure that this is working. So let's change the name here quickly to call that game board provider test. Test.dart. It's a bit too much Dart. Up. Good. And we don't test the widget. Oh, glass of water. You're right. I'm back in a second. So, okay, way better. Thank you, Deepak. What would I be without you? Good, so we have a test, and inside of this test we have a description, and we will probably have a void callback, and we can get rid of this. And Flutter test, I think this is just correct. So, and here we want to test our terminal. Yeah. Function work correctly. Yep, can get rid of this, make that a bit cleaner. So, all right, so how can we test that now? First, we have to introduce our subject. So that we can call var subject equals to game board provider. And then we execute our function, which will be terminal. So, and what we expect from this terminal is true or false, depending on the state that we give inside, I guess, right? So we get this terminal. And because everything is dependent on this list here that we pass inside, we would have to change that. We cannot access it directly. That could be a problem, actually. So what I need to do actually is creating a constructor for that, or I can just pass it in as a board state. Both of that would be possible. Okay, so regarding to that, if I think about that, I think we should pass that in. So we have here always a list of strings, which is our game board or board. And then we wouldn't work anymore with this board state, but rather with our board. And also here we would pass that in. Get the same part here. Add that here. So, and I think that's a little bit tidier, I mean. So, and get this terminal here out. And what we want is creating like an own service for that. And this would be our tick, oops, our game service. Up. Also here, the winner method would be up there. Or instead of game service, we can call it tic-tac-toe, I guess. So. Now everywhere it complains, that's okay. So we have this, player X and player O. We don't know that anymore, that's true. So we have to recreate that for here. And here we have the board again. Good. So, and the idea is, because of this game service is excluded now, we have the benefit that we can test it a little bit easier, because we can pass in the board as we need it. So, and because here we anyway did not do anything, and during the turn we can now check for the winner, and if we have a winner we don't need to play anymore. So that means here inside we could call terminal and pass inside the board state. Of course we need now the game service, so in order to get that we have to initialize the game board provider and have to say that there needs to be a game service, and we want to have a game service up, and here we can do this dot service. Good, and here we import. Fantastic. So now this guy will complain, of course, at the main.dart, I hope at least. You should be angry with me. But okay, this is the game service. Good, so the game service is placed. We have some errors down here because terminal is not existent. Yep, that's true, because it's service.terminal. Good, and in our test we have now the subject, which is the game service. Can import that. And down here we have now the possibility to access our subject dot terminal and pass in a playing board. And this is important for us because we can now check, for example, free elements like that. And we can create now whatever we want. Shoo. And what do we want to create? We can start with null, 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 x, x, and x. And last but not least, null, null, null. So the game should be terminated, right? Because we have a winner. So that would mean that we can get here like the result. Bool result. And then we expect the whole thing. Like result is equal to true. Okay, then let's try to run this test. Where do we get it? Coverage gutter, no, no, no. Okay, so let's run it in a terminal. Terminal, create a new integrated terminal. Flutter Dart test. Flutter test. Yeah, here we go. Some tests have been failed. Okay. Tried calling contains on X on null. That is absolutely not what I expected, to be honest. So in the game service line 6, we have the winner, and this is here where we say cell contains row. Probably because here we get only, the cell is already a value, right? So cell equals to X probably. And here it would be cell is equal to player O. Tier 2 player X. Retry. Good that we write some tests. Good. Passed. Fantastic. So that works. The game provider is also working. So where is the test once more? So this was now a winner. I think we can all make this final. So what would be if we don't have everything as a null? So well, get that. So we pass in that. And now the next step would be to say, okay, this is O, nobody won. And this should be false now. Because there is still space where they can play. And that should be okay. All right. That actually works. Now I'm a little bit confused, but that's fine. So we know exactly that our terminal works correctly. Good. I think we can also group that because the test here is only for the terminal. Up and get this to the end. All right. So if this is true, then we don't want to switch players anymore, right? If we won now. So if this happened, then win is true. Like up here we need a state that we can call bool win, which is false. And if we are down here, we can say win is true. That could be private, I think, because nobody else has access to it. Good. Unused variable isn't used. Oh, it is, but just not from here. So what we need is a getter at the end again, like here. So bool get win. All right, and now our tic-tac-toe game should be having a winner. So let's hot reload once more. Good. So if I okay, we don't get the info. On the other hand, maybe we got the winner already. Is this true? So how could I check that? By easily printing the win here. Right? So if I press here, we get now here somewhere. Where do I find the watch? Remove watch? Master? No. Where's the terminal? Do we find here the output? Debug console. Ah, yeah. So, and if I press now something. Okay, true. So nobody win, but we get at least the information that the game is over. So we shouldn't call that win, we should call game over. Up, game over. So okay. But how do we receive now the information? So this only receives the information if the game is over. But what we need is who is the winner, right? So we still need a winner. And this will be service.winner with the board state that returns that to us. Right? Yeah, it returns the winner. So this is undefined name winner. Try correcting the name. Yeah, that's true. That is final. Okay, and why is this important? Because, no, not like that. This is again state, right? So our winner will be also a string winner, which is no one at the beginning. And then at the end we return get a winner. So. Okay, so we get now the winner back. And in this place, we want to notify our listeners. I think we don't have to switch the players anymore. So that could be in an else part to switch the players. But in general, we want to notify the listeners in any case. Because that will have effect to our UI. If we have a winner, we want to show a dialogue, I think. That would be amazing. Or kind of a dialogue. I'm not quite sure if it will be a dialogue, but any kind of visual indication that the game is over. And if there is no winner, yeah, we don't show a winner. Easy as is. So can we trigger somehow that if the winner is defined, that we then show this message? We could get it in a build function, but how could we show a winner in an easy way? I would like to show an alert dialog, but how can we react on an alert dialog? Flutter. That was just I click a button and then it starts, right? Yeah, but we want to react on that, and our button click is also, yeah, that works, of course. So we have this show dialog function. Okay, fair enough. So we have this, and maybe we don't check here in, do we need the information maybe in the view? So whenever I click that, all that stuff is happening. And this is the wrong view, this one. So we get our context, we make our move. We can click on that, and after that we should receive something from here maybe. So we await maybe, or we are finishing that off and receive something like final winner. Not sure if this is possible. No, because we re-render immediately, I guess. So, or but what we could do is we could watch on the game over. But then this would be the click again. How can we execute something on a change inside of a notifier? So can we say context.read? Interesting that I never had this problem. So dialog, show dialog on change, state change provider. Notice not only how I can show dialog block provider. This is a whole different package. So this is now with block, but this should work the similar way. We have a builder, add post frame, and then they show the dialog. So we can do the same thing with the consumer, right? So the block builder is nothing else than the consumer, more or less. So we would have kind of a consumer somewhere. So does that mean we would have here kind of a column with an expanded surrounding that? And inside of here we would have, oh, something went wrong. Huh? Okay. And then inside of this column or children, we would have a consumer with a builder. And inside of this builder, we would say we get a context, and then yeah, we would receive also the state, right? And the child. Show dialogue. No, it needs to be a widget. No. Interesting that I never had this problem. But what we could try is maybe if we have a watch here, right? So we want to check final game over equals to game board provider dot game over, and then if game over to true, then we want to show dialogue. Why not? And do we have to pass something inside? I mean, show dialogue is big, I guess. The builder, okay. And this alert dialog has, I don't know, a content, I guess. Is that an alert dialog content? No. Okay, so we have just text. And we don't return anything from it, so void. Up, restart. Yeah, because of... alright, so this is not too bad. Because if I remember right, I saw this block dialog where we have... Give me a second. We have this gist. Thanks to Felangel. Fantastic, this guy. So, and he created that with this second... So the scheduler binding instance add post frame callback, I guess. I guess this is exactly what we need. So instead of building it directly, what we will do is using this scheduler binding. Let's see. So let's change this to an actual function just because it's easier to read. Up. So, and then here inside we would have a scheduler binding instance that, what was it? Add post frame. So I think we don't need the timestamp. And then here inside we use this alert dialog and pass that in. And I think I have also to... where's the function of the show dialog now? Show dialog with the context and the builder with the context, which then shows the alert dialog. Good. Why is this yellow? Convert to an async function. Do we have to wait for that? I don't think so, or no. Missing return. It's missing a return. Because it... no, the show dialog is already surrounded. So we actually just need this part. And I think that part needs to be on top of it. So I had it right, destroyed everything again, made it wrong. And so show dialog, context, now it's correct. So we wait a second and then we show it. I'm really curious if this will work now. Ooh. Ooh. Here we go. We found our mistake. Cool. I didn't know that this will happen, that this would work actually. I was really curious, didn't thought about it. And now that we know that this works, now we have to just make this modal not dismissible. So barrier color, barrier dismissible is false, so we cannot dismiss it anymore and play further. Right, we don't want to cheat. So, hello world, now it's not dismissible anymore, which could be bad because we cannot play again. But for that reason, we would create inside of the content a column, children, where we have first our text, like congratulations. Column is not allowed, or? Okay. What is content gets a widget? So column is a widget, right? So why is it now red dot? How does that work here? Change logs, get that, dev tools, extension log, reanalyze project. I want to find the errors here. Problems, finally. Yep. Make some space. Okay, unused import. Okay, this can be gone. Sort. Okay, let's sort them if you want to. The constructor being called isn't a const. Ah. So don't do const everywhere. So now. So now we have a column. Yes, yeah, you're right. We can use actions, right? So we can have here something like, I would like to know the winner now. So the winner is also coming from that. Nope, that was not the right key combination. Yep. So the winner is the winner. So we can have here the winner. So congratulations. You won the game. So. And of course, this will be only if winner is unequal to null, then show this, else show tie. Nobody wins. Okay, so that's this. Null, false, barrier dismissible. Good. And now we need some actions, I guess, right? Exactly. Thank you, debug. So we have that. Giving some actions. Use save area. The alert dialog gets the actions. Cool. And an action is a button or is a list of widgets. Text button widget is recommended to use text button widget. Okay. So that a button whose label wrapped to an extra line with the overall buttons bar alignment with the dialog. To text align end. Okay, so we have here text button. Oops. And here will be the text align. Up. Child with text. And the child would be, in this case, restart the game. Or just restart. This can be a const. And this is yellow because it's also const. This doesn't have to be. This can be const. So const till the end. And this can be having an on pressed. We restart the game. So in this case, we have the game. No, we have the context.read. And we need the game board provider again. And then we say restart game. Good. So why is you read invalid const value? Yeah, that's true. So you cannot be, you are. Sort child properties. Child should be the last. Okay, can do that. Fantastic. So now we have that in place. And the other button that we would have would be the not restart, but the finish or close the game. On the other side, do we really need that? I think we can just close the window. Restart would then move back to the old screen where we have to select the first, the O player or the X player, right? So, okay, additionally, we currently play both players, which is also not that good, even though that it makes sense to test all this stuff. So let's see. You won the game. Is that correct? I didn't check that, to be honest. But let's play on purpose on tie, so let's try that. O, X, O, X. Tie, nobody wins. Okay, fantastic. Good. So on restart, we would like to restart the game and reset everything. Or, yeah, we have to bring back the screen where actually we have both players. So on this restart, we would not really make this context stuff, but what we could do is context dot what was it? That was to navigate navigator dot off context push or just pop in our case. In our case, just push. Restorable push replacement. Okay, we have not yet done that, so we can pop, exactly. In that case, we could pop. And the reason for that is because we would navigate to it first, right? So what we can do in our main.dart, we would give this service. Debug is that, and now we have the game board, but actually we would have not the game board, we would have the home view. Good. The argument type dynamic cannot be. Import that. And then we have the home view, and inside of here we currently press the buttons, which would lead to a navigator dot push to a material page route where we have a builder, where we have a context, where we push to the game board. Did I do anything again wrong? Up. So we push, and you can. What do you expect? Of context dot push, and then material page route with a builder that's getting a context. Sorry, context, and then it gives a game board. Isn't defined for the type home view. Okay, we have to import it, of course, and get the service done, I think. So inside of here I expect, oh no, this was the other thing. Okay, cool. So we have the game board now. Hey MRA, nice to see you. What have you for a cool logo there? Good luck and have fun, pledge. What's that? Good luck and have fun. Make gaming exclusive for everyone. Okay. Nice. So, all right. So that will push us to the game board at the moment. That should work now. And I think because we need that twice, we can extract that. The only difference is we have to set, before we do that, on the game board provider context dot, I think we have access to it here, right? So we will import the provider package. Provider. This one. And what we have to do is setting the player who's playing at the moment, right? So game board provider, we have the winner, we have active player, but we have a user controlled player. So string, who is the user at the end. So, and this one has to be set during the beginning. So where's the getter? Here. So we have string get user, and actually this doesn't have to be actually private, because we don't want to really react on that. We just want to set it and navigate to the next screen. So how does it look like? At the home view, we would like to access our context.read the game board provider. All right, I will. And the user will be the player. Is it player O? So in our case, it could be just O. But this is X. So this is the player X. Sorry for that. So, and all that stuff here needs now to get an own method in my case, because we always want to navigate. And the idea here is, because we know that we always navigate here to that, we can just use the container and give it into the game board itself. So we create a static method here. Sorry, it's too much. So static navigate to game board. And this method will then have this, and the context that is necessary will be added here. Good. And it will return nothing. So now we can use it here to navigate. So we can use the game board dot navigate to it, context, and done. And the same thing we can do here. And we can set the user first with O. All right, so all of that should be possible now. So we can choose now play as X, and we break our app. Could not find the correct provider above this game board widget. That's interesting. Above the game board widget. Ah, all right. Yeah, my fault. So the reason is, at the moment we do it surrounding of the change notifier just around the one widget here. So around the home view. But what we actually want to achieve is getting all of that. And we will remove that in a sec, but we want to wrap the whole widget with it. So change notifier provider has a create function. Up. And we remove the one down here. So remove this widget. Cool. All right. So if we hot reload the whole thing, now let's see. Yeah, now we have our state. We can go back and forth if we want to change the player. Yeah, so now we can still play as both of them, right? So we still play tic-tac-toe together. And X has 1, okay. And the pop didn't work. It's interesting. So restart, don't pop the... And why is that the case? Do we get an error message? So if you wonder why I'm so slow with the whole Visual Studio Code, that is because I'm usually working with IntelliJ. So it's my first time, more or less. Or not my first time, but it is pretty new to me to work with VS Code. So we don't get any info. Let's restart the whole thing. We have here something. No, that's okay. Let's go to the debugger and run it in Dark Flutter. It's now running it in debug mode. Okay, well, why not? I quickly close the window. So let's see if we now have better chances. Restart? Nope. Okay. So out of some reasons we don't pop the view anymore. So if we are here and we say we want, or we are finished, the pop seems not to work. The question is, do we even land here? So pop. We land here, okay, even twice, but we don't navigate. What could be the reason for that? Print navigator.canPop with the context. True, so we can pop. We pop actually, and we don't do it. Probably because the show dialog is a part of it. Could that be? So that the alert dialog is the navigation. So we would have to pop until and have to pass in, I think, what was it? We get here some stuff inside. Navigator. So how do I get the... So pop until works with a boolean with a function that receives the routes and returns a boolean. Okay, so we receive a route and we return a boolean. So route dot is current, is active, is first. So let's try it with is first. Hot reload, that works. Okay, restart. Aha. So as I said, the dialog on top of it is a state in itself. So we have to kick that also away. And if everything is empty, we have the chance to work here much cleaner. Fantastic. Okay, so that's that. But now we have to reset the game, of course, first. So before we press that, we want to say context.read game board provider, and now we have to restart the game. So, and in restart game we would have to make some choices. For example, the user has to be null again. It seems I don't have access. Why? Undefined name. Oh, it's just user. Yeah, sure. So that means the player don't choose anything, right? So then we have the active player is all X again. So that has to be done. Active player equals to X, or better, player 1. Player X is the name. Yep. So then what do we have else? The board state needs to be initialized again. So we need the initial state. Board state is equal to that. Yeah, make it not final, that would be good. And then at the end do we have to notify our listeners? That's a good question, because we reload the state again if we are coming back to the app, I guess. So if I hot restart that and select that, and let's see if I quickly can win. So congratulations, I won. I go back and I still have the message here. Of course, because we didn't set the state for winning yet. So winner is equal to null. Game over is set to false again. And with all these information, so restart, coming back into the game, and we can play again. Good. So for us as a tic-tac-toe player, we can now do that. So now we just have to make sure that not always the player is on the case, right? So we have 2 players actually. At the moment, active player is X. We can see who is playing. So on one computer, 2 players could play at the moment. Yeah, I think for now, this is good enough. And the next step would be to identify how we can use the returns 1 if X has 1, -1, O has 1, and 0 if otherwise. Okay, so this gives us a value. When did we need this utility? We need it inside of here. So we also have to calculate that somehow. That is because of the AI needs it later. And with that, we calculate different min and max informations. So result minimax. Current player is player on the board. Returns the optimal action. So the player returns the current player. I think we do that by using the state at the moment. The question is if the AI works the same as I expected that. So that's a good question. So we have a user board AI turn false. So the AI turn is a little bit different. So when do we use that AI turn here? So check for AI move. If user unequals to player and not game over. If AI turn, then time sleep short. Move min max board. Board TT result. Board move. AI turn false. Okay, that makes sense. So actually this is where the AI turn starts. Check for a user move. We did that already. We don't have to make that complicated, I guess. If game over, again button. Center, draw rectangle, screen blit, get pressed, click 1. Okay, so it is way more complicated. So TTT is actually our tic-tac-toe pie here, where we have access to. All right. So how can we now define how our users work? We have to change here a little bit the things. And let me think about that. We need this min-max calculation, of course. So for that, we would need this utility too. And the utility gets a winning player from the winner of the board. Okay, so let's create this utility. That would be in our game service again. So we have the terminal here, the winner here. And now let's come to the interesting stuff. So we have the utility, which returns us an integer, which gets also the list of strings, right? Which we call board. And with that, we calculate now. And actually, we can nearly copy all that over, like bring that over. Yep. Yeah. So taking that over, bring that here. And yeah, this is that stuff. Winning player, we can keep the same, all right? So we have a final winning player. We have the winner here with the board. So if winning player is X, is player X. Yep. And also here, if the winning player is player O, we have to remove this, we have to remove this. I think this is not possible. We can just make that like here. Give some semicolons. Elif is else if. And now we have some blue stuff here. Fine. All right. So I think we can put all of that in one-liners. Doesn't want to. Then we have to add curly braces. Ah, there was an interesting point. I think I think if we have anyway an if else, then keep with it, I guess. Up. Else, if, else. So, and we need the curly braces in front of it, and we are happy, I guess. Good. All right, so this utility calculates the value of the win. So with 1, X has 1, with -1, O has 1, and with 0, nobody has 1, right? So that's good. All right, so how would we do that now with the AI player's turn? So user is none. AI turn, so we have to keep track if the AI is on the turn, right? So also that would be done inside of here. And this would be just a Boolean flag, like here, bool AI turn. Good, so this changes from time to time. So the question is now, if user is none, let user choose player. Title, play tic-tac-toe. I think we can also copy that into our home screen. I like that. Or on the other hand, ours is also good. So we select that, make that a bit smaller. Oh, crash. Okay, that's fine. So why did it crash now? Unknown symbol. Kernel translation, unexpected const map, expected a procedure, constructs a function. Oof, okay. So that was something bigger. And what I will do now, and hopefully that works now, is that I will use IntelliJ again, or Android Studio. It's just really freaking work to do it with Visual Studio Code. Sorry to all the Visual Studio Code fanboys out there. I'm just not part of you. I'm sorry. Okay, so get macOS running again. Oh, it's directly as I would arrive at home, you know? Everything works. You can just work on it. Oh, I'm really... I forgot something. Oop. So, some additional light. That you don't have to stare at my dark face on the side. I maybe can make it a bit darker. So, and let's see, turn it a bit lower and lower. I think that's fine. Good. So we can play again, we can restart, we can play. So can I also play as O? Yes, but then of course we have to switch the AI. So we need first a counterpart. So let's see, game over. Probably I should write the O big. Yeah. Okay, make that a bit smaller. Also this one. Okay, AI turn. So this is important because that means that the AI will take a turn and we are not allowed to. So if the active player is unequal to the user, we are not allowed to click anything. So back to our game board, that would mean here we have currently this null state, right? So is cell active? But it's not only the cell that is active, we have also another restriction, like is user current player. And this is very important. So you will get kind of informations. So no, that was exactly wrong. Create a method, exactly. So what we want to do is access the context, and we don't have access to it. So get the context, build context, context.read. No, we just need the active player, string user and string active player. So return user equals active player. And we have to rename that a little bit, because is user active player. So, and with that in mind, we have to pass the two information inside, and we receive that from up here. So active player we have already. Now we just have to get the user, and we can rename this on the way. So, and where we need our user will be down here, and the is user active player, which receives the user and the active player. So if the cell is active and if we are the user, then we can click it, right? So with that, this is not able. We are not the active player anymore. If I switch to X, I can do the turn. If I switch to O, I can do the turn. Fantastic. So, yeah, perfect. So it works already. So if I'm playing O, I cannot select anything. If I am X, I can select everything. Cool. Next step is the AI needs to make a turn, right? Whenever we are not the right player, then the AI has to take the turn for us. So how did they do it? If user is none, so if click blah 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 else, draw game board, if range, game over, player as. Then they show some stuff. Okay, we don't do that yet. We will do that in the future. Check for AI move. So if user is unequal to player and not game over, so at which point of time do we do that? It's kind of a logic, right? So so we have to make a check somewhere. Check if user is unequal to player and not game over. Time tot sleep, so we wait for a second and then we do the move with the min-max, then the result, and AI turn false. TTT min-max is the move. We make a result, board move. Result was the next state, right? So this was the move that we can do. Board is the state is already used. Immutable board, yeah, deep copy, set our player. What is happening here? So we get an action, so which part has been clicked, right? So it's a tuple 2, who's currently player, we can get that. Then we copy a new board. But where do we make our action? Down here, set our player. Okay, so with that, we set the new state on this element and then we return the new state. So we don't mutate the old state. We don't have that at the moment. I think we have kind of that. If we think about that, whenever we are on the game board, we click, we make our turn. So this would be the turn actually. So we do exactly the same thing, right? So this result part is actually this part for us. Because we know already the active player. Why the sleep? Which sleep? Ah, the sleep inside of the Python. This is just to make it visible probably, because else it would just click through it and you would always lose in 0 seconds. It would be directly done, I guess. So the idea of this Python project here is to show how the AI sleeps for a short second, that it looks like it would really think and not do it immediately. Yeah, so this is our turn. So, and in that case, if we do the turn, this could be any player, right? So at the moment we would have this logic somewhere. This is important. So where do we get that? At any point of time, we would have to check if the user... So we would begin the game, right? We come here to the screen, or better on the home view, and dependent on which one, we would have to activate the AI. So if we play as O, we would have to activate the AI right away, right? So context.read game board provider, and then activate or AI turn equals to true. But would that help us actually? I guess we would navigate and then we would say that the AI has to make the turn, right? So we would really push it to it. So because we don't have an active while loop that always checks the turns, we would have to do it ourselves. So for each turn, we would have to say, hey, AI, do something. So what we could do is just say, instead of making an AI turn, we could say AI make your turn. So we would create a method for that. Oops. So that would mean we go to the game board provider again. And here we have at the moment this AI turn false. But at the moment we have this turn, switch player, okay, restart game. And now we would have a method called void AI turn. And the AI turn would make exactly the same thing, right? It would think, gets action that it wants to do, and then wants to make the turn somewhere. So think, get action, do action. All right, so to do the action, we can make our turn. Turn with X and Y. So we can we have to identify these two positions somewhere that it wants to do. So yeah, let's make one 0, 0 at the moment. Okay, so the do action would be done. So get action, that is the next thing, and think. So we want to make that with a Minimax solution, right? Or min-max solution it is. And so we know now that the AI has the turn, so we are in this part. We can take the same things, I guess, just to copy it. So time sleep, yeah, we can do that with a future.delayed. Milliseconds. Yeah. 500. This is a const, of course. To make the move or to calculate your move, we will get a tuple of 2 elements, right? So tuple 2. I forgot to import that actually, which is a good reminder that we have a tuple. Fantastic package, by the way. I just like that once more because I love it that much. And go to the pubspec.yaml. Add this tuple. Welcome back, Deepak. Nice to see you. Pimper Grimper. What a nice name. So what are you want to achieve with Dart and Flutter at the moment, Pimper Grimper? So we have that tuple that I can import now. And TTT is our service. And the board is our board state. So the min-max method needs to be created from us. The board, it recreates a new board state, right? So what do we do in that case? We have a TTT result that makes the move. In our case, we just make the turn, right? We have that and we do the turn. But why did we have this result method? We did a deep copy of the board. Was there a reason for that? I actually don't know, but we will see. So when we make our turn here, so I think we could make our move. So we just say turn with move.item1 and move.item2. There's a tuple of 2 ints. Good. And we can import that now. So all right. So what are you programming in? Service min-max. Tuple 2, service min-max. This can be final, that's true. So, and in the service, we need now the function minimax, which we have. But this doesn't return the right things, right? So yeah, tuple 2. Oh, nice. Yeah, C# I also developed a long time ago. Oh, that was pretty awesome, to be honest. That was everything that I needed. But yeah, Flutter is working in Dart, and as a good front-end developer, I have to know the latest stuff, and Flutter is really cool. So I really enjoy that at the moment. But of course, if you're coming from a machine language more, then yeah, makes more sense. Pure C, I tried it once, a couple of times, because, well, you can do really everything with C, but somehow it didn't stick with me. So we don't have to make this AI false movement, we don't need to do this, and this would do it. Yeah. Yep. So pure C, I haven't seen it for quite a while, right? So C minus minus. Yeah, I actually wanted to start with some robotics in the near future, and I thought about to do it in Dart just to see if it is feasible. But everyone complained that, I saw that there is not so much support yet, so I have to write a lot of my stuff alone, which is not necessarily a bad thing. But yeah, let's see. Good. So we get our min-max. We have that. We have to await here, of course. Add the async. And we have that in place. So what is the problems here? So you don't return anything. That is true. And what is wrong with you? Yeah. Cupertino is C, right? So let's... now it's... well... Okay, so we do our move, and I know why we need the state, why we need to keep the board. I think that was returned because of the result. We create this new state, deep copy, and I think we did something with the board somewhere. So let's see, I think we have to keep that for the min-max, right? So with the board, blah, blah, blah. Do we set somewhere we recursively call this result method? No, we're completely off. But why did we need this deep copy of the board? I guess because we would overwrite the state then in this solution, and with that we would have to leave, or we would leave the information away and would change the UI in the worst case. So the AI would maybe play everything for us. Okay, so now we are O. Okay, so min-max. That was quite easy. I think I implemented that already here somewhere. So we have this min-max stuff that we can take over. The current player is anyway the active player. We can just receive that. The current player is, yeah, so this is a string. Get the current player, we can remove that, is player X. And we have to change here a little bit. Go for that, get rid of this. Max value of the board, which is the board state in our case. And we search for the action. You need to state as you modify the state for every possible move. Otherwise you will, yes, exactly. Yeah. I think that was also the reason why we needed to keep that stuff. The only question is now if we need that also here in Dart, because I think we will not mutate the list on top of it. If we do, I have to check that, to be honest, and we will see that as soon as we let the computer play. At least I guess that this will happen. So the min value, we will create that. And action. So this guy returns something and we call an action on that. So let's see. We have this and we return this result, and this result receives a value and an action. What was the value? That was the value of this move, or music is loud. So, or just skip the song. Ah, way better. Okay. So we have value and action as a result, and V is the value. That is the value of the that we call min or win or lose, right? And highest valued action is, yeah, the action that we could take. What is actions? Actions are the possible actions. We have to also integrate this into our solution, right? So, yeah, step by step. Okay, so we have a result, which is a class that we can create up here. Just result, which has a value and where do we get the elements? Ah, here. So what is value? That is an integer, I guess, because we have only 1, -1, and 0, right? Or do we make that as a float somewhere? Minus infinity is mathematically... Oh, I hate untyped languages. So we get a max, and here we pass inside anything. So let's assume it's just an integer for now. So we have value and we have the integer of actions. While the actions are a little bit different, that would be our tuple2 with int. So the step that we would do. You face network issues. Uh-oh. Does that start again on stream? Sorry to hear that. So min-max receives the board state and the active player. Dynamic cannot be returned, that's true. Because this doesn't return a tuple, it returns a result. No, it doesn't. It returns the tuple. Because we know that this method max value here which we have to create, returns us a result, which receives a board state, which is a list of string. And we return here a new result. Same thing for the min value. And here we are. So now we can use min value here. Here we can use max value. And board state, board state. A value of type dynamic cannot be returned from method Minimax. The action of that is not really dynamic. And here we have also a mistake still. So. We called it actions. Okay, that was a mistake, of course. So here we are. Okay, so finally. No, not missing return. In the worst case, if none of that is, if active player is this, else, or we. Why do we have to make? Yeah, we don't have to make that is else, right? Because we have only one active player. So if the active player is not X, then it is the other one. Minimax. Nice. So getting off with our min-max calculation that we implemented the last time. So if terminal board, bring that in. I think that would be nearly the same, right? So we have also that. The board is the board state. Top, can get that. Utility should be also there. Board state, else null. So V is the value, right? So this will be anything. So let's call that infinite. That will be math. Do we have an int infinity? Good question. So has Dart an infinity? Infinity. Static double infinity. Oh, it's a double, maybe. Double dot infinity. Okay. Change into double. Okay. This will make some problems, I guess. And here we still are red out of some reason. Too many expected. Of course, because we don't have made them final yet. So, create a constructor. Now we are shooting be better on that case. Okay. So highest valued action is none. This is just a tuple. Good. We create tuple. And it is null at the beginning. Remove change to tuple 2. Did I have the misspelling? Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. And what do we have here? Remove initializer. Yeah, because it's anyway null in the beginning. Okay, so for action in actions in board. Okay, so for all possible actions, we want to go over. So in actions board, we have to generate this method, I guess. And then we get the lowest result or the highest result. Up. So low result, min value, result, board. So let's see what we have here. I think here we have to make that final. The actions is a method that we have to create still. Board is the board state. Low result would be final. Result is a method that we have to create, I guess. Board state and the action that we pass in. So create this method too. The action is again a tuple 2. And missing return, yeah. Or better, throw unimplemented error. Good, so now we have that. You are still not implemented, so let's also throw here an unimplemented error. And let's finish up that one. So we have that var final, so how did we do that? We have the if inside. So up. So max should be the Dart math, yep. Low result dot value. Low result dot value. Highest valued action is action. Dynamic cannot be sent in this. Okay, that makes no sense because actions contains all right, a list of tuple 2 int. Okay, and throw unimplemented error. Good. This is a list of strings. Board state. And slowly we are coming there. Sorry that this is now a lot of writing, but I don't want to want to create everything new. I think that wouldn't make sense. Do use curly pro for all. Yep, create that. So, and how looks it here? So now after that if, we would add this v. And last but not least, result of the highest, we return it. Okay. So this is low result. And after that, we return a result object with the value v and the action that we want to do, highest valued action. Is that correct? Yep, that looks good. Now the question is just why this is not working correctly. Type int cannot be a I think this is an integer and this is a double. So I guess this value here is a double. This utility will then also return a double. So, and this should do the trick. What is this for? This is surrounding everything, but this is after the for loop. That is important. So this part should be after the for loop, which we have already. Good. So first steps have been done. And the next parts will be the min values, which is this part. I think here was the idea that we can copy nearly everything up for the min value. And what we will do is changing just some things. For example, we don't have here max anymore. We will use max for the min. So let's see, we have the terminal. If terminal board state, then we do this. Double infinity, we have now. Oh, careful, the first one needs to be negative infinity. So where we are here. And here we are positive. Then we have the lowest possible action is now the lowest valued action. Can return that, return that. We get the actions from the board. We have max result from the max value. Max result. And we want to get the min of that. Max result dot value. So I think that looks good for the min value. Now the question is, how do we get the actions that are possible? I think we can also get that again because we created it also. Utility actions. So possible actions is a set where we have our tuples inside on the board. For in, we go over the board, check if it is empty, and these are all the possible actions that we can do. That makes sense. Can be copied over, I guess. It should be pretty simple. So we have the possible actions, which is our set of possible actions will be our tuple 2, right? Is a new set. So I and row of the board. Okay, so quick music change. That was weird. We have that I in range of the length of the board. Okay. So we get the board state, right? So dot length. We have to create the full for loop here. For final I equals 0, I is smaller than the board state dot length, I plus plus, and then we want to return something. J equals 0, J is smaller than the board state dot length. Slowly, this one, and J plus plus. Good, so J, we have done this. If the board is empty, in our case it is null, then we add that to our possible actions. So our possible actions dot add a new tuple with the values I and J. So the board is our board state, of course. Get away with all that Python stuff. So why do you don't like this tuple here? Of course, because it's not tuple, it's tuple 2. Good. And last but not least, return our possible actions. Prefer final for variable declaration. Okay. He is not happy with it because we don't say that this is a set. A set of lists. No, that makes no sense. That is a set of tuples. You don't like that. Ah, yeah, because the variable is not declared here. So now it's better. J and I can only be set once. Because why? Because it is final, I guess. So that needs to be var. Cool. That code. Okay, yeah, can be gone. Still sort pup. Like so? No? Okay, not too important. Okay, so now we have changed quite something, but back to our service, we have the result to implement still. So the result returns us a new state of the object, right? So when we look where we use it, that will be here. So to receive the result will be the min value. And to get the result, we have actually to just do this. So this is our turn function at the moment. But with the result, we receive a new state to it. So we have I and j as an action. Now we receive the tuples I and j. If it is empty, we get an error here. Because it's, no, if it is not empty, we get an error because the board has already been used, or this part of the board. Then we identify a copy, a player, and we return a new state. So I think we can do exactly the same thing. So this time I would like to avoid just copying it over because I don't like that and it doesn't work that well. So let's see. So we have the if board state, and if the action dot item 1 and the action item 2 is unequal to null, then we throw our assertion. No, argument error actually. Argument error. This cell is already used. So, and now the current player is the active player. I think we received that. But I see now why we have this method running around there, right? It would be easier to get that in from there. So immutable board, we can copy that. We could use freeze for that, I guess. Current player is player board. Can we not receive the current active player somewhere? I think so. If we have that in the Minimax, we have that already. So we just... but the current player, we need that for different boards. That's the reason. Unlucky. So I have to recreate this method, which player is active at the moment. We cannot do it like that. So get active player will be a function here. And we have to calculate that by the board that we receive from the board state. So we have a list of string, this guy. And now we have to work on that. So, and what we return is a string. And we have the count O equals null, count X equals null. Both of them are integers. Oops. So, and then for each row, final row in board state, we have to identify if the element is inside the part or not. So O count. Okay, so we have to calculate again the whole part. So for each cell in row, cell equals O. Count O plus plus. If cell equals to X, count X plus plus. So if O count is 0 or X count is 0 or so after this if loop, for loop, I mean. TTT is such a nice sandbox. Yeah, absolutely. I saw that package from Python, right? No, TTT, you mean tic-tac-toe, right? Yeah, sorry. You're absolutely right. I think that is also the reason why they introduced that into inside of the course that I'm doing at the moment. I'm trying to finish that edX course here, that introduction into AI. And I have never done something in AI. It's interesting because I have a I am actually a software engineer, like from the university and everything, but I have nothing done with AI in general. So I have no idea about everything from this. So I'm really happy that I started with this course. Oh, just 1 second. I have to go quickly on the phone. Hey Minu! All right, so back to this guy. So count X or count O equals count X. So then we return X or return O. This could be a good ternary operator, I guess. Like this. Return player X, else player O. Oh, no worries, no worries. You didn't miss too much. We're still working on that tic-tac-toe game. So if you want to see, we currently have created this little guy. And now we currently have to switch between the players to play to finish the game. But as soon as we have finished, we are back here. And now I just try to train our AI that we can run on all that. So we have that result at the moment. Yep. So now we have that in place. We get our active player, this time calculated. So how's it going further? And by the way, if you ask why I am recreating everything in Dart, it is just to get it in my head, right? Because of repetition. If you repeat something multiple times, then slowly you understand or you get the flaws behind your thinking. So for example, I thought it would be enough to have the active player running inside of our board so that we know that here, but actually we have to calculate it for each different boards, right? So I learned that now because our AI needs to recursively call that for each board that exists somewhere down the tree. So for that, I have to recreate these informations. So, good. Bop, bop, bop. We have that, possible actions, we get that. And now the last step that I would like to do is actually to get the result. How do we get the result? That would be via this here. And here we get an action and a board. Now if the board is empty, we have that already. Current player we can get now. So the var current player or string is equal to get active player. Yeah, exactly. And that is, I should know the most of that stuff, you know, after I've watched now twice the documentation. And I also finished already the, there is like, I cannot, can I show you? I got like these grades from them. So you can really get grades if you are good enough or how you go further and everything. So if I find that somewhere, I'm not sure anymore. There's like a complete circulum. And so for me, I finished already the project and the quiz. But yeah, it's of course these two. And if you've done that, I think you can get somewhere these hints, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, this link is for, no, here, this CS50AI. And then, yeah, so these are the 3 projects that I already completed in Python, but to bring it over. Make it something that was beforehand. We want to make it now that the AI can play, you know, Minu? So we tried that before and we implemented that already, but now we try to make the AI play with us or against us. So the current player is the active player, and next step would be, the new state creation. So I don't know if we can make a deep copy like that in Dart. So let's see. We have our list of string new state, which is a board state dot copy. No. It's a good question if this creates now a deep copy. So let's see, Dart list deep copy. I think we have to really write it with the hardest possible for loop and everything. Or use of clone in Java. Effectively, clone is a copy constructor, and for that the Dart list map types. Const planets. You can use from like. Okay, so we can do something like board.from. No. But what I can do actually is using this and say board state. I think that should do the trick, right? Yeah, we can try that. In the worst case, we mutate the state the hell out of it. Okay, so we have that current player, we have the new state, and next would be to set the new state to the current player, so the element to the action, better said. So new state with the two actions. That will be action.item1 and action.item2, and that will be the next step for the player, so current player. And then do we return the new state? So. And because this is a new state and it doesn't mutate the old state, we have, well, we should still see on the view the old state or the current state. Change the current player, we can remove that. And of course, I forgot completely my to-do list inside of the stream in between. So I think, what did we have done already? So I think we have done toggle 1, so we finished the win condition. We have done the to-do make buttons beautiful. Okay, I think we still have to do that. So move 2 to 1. And what is the third? Use one dark theme. I think we can even remove that. So to-do toggle third. Good. All right. So I spammed the chat a little bit. Now we have that, and now we just have to find, what is that? Make final. Okay, can do that. Sure. We have to remove that or rename that. New state. Okay, we got that. And now the only thing is that we have to identify is to use the AI in the specific circumstances. So that means whenever the user clicks something, we want to activate the AI. So utility, we have that. Winner, terminal. Okay, so inside of our game board provider, we have this switch players. Turn board state, notify listeners. So AI turn. So after the turn is done from the user, if it is not finished, then we switch the players. And what does that mean? This, and then we would also switch the user, right? think we have to do the same thing here. And here it makes the turn, that's true. So, and here we would make an AI turn. Oh, no, careful, because that would mean we would make this turn too. Not good, not good, because then it would always make its own moves till it's finished. Okay, let's think about that. So we want to say that the AI turns somewhere. So I click this, I am hitting inside the active player. We override the right path that we want to use. And then we make this active movement. If we are finished, we make the game finished, and then we switch to players. So how can I now say that if the AI's turn is, then, yeah, easy. So we have if AI turn. I think we have, or we should have for that, like a bool, AI. Active AI like equals false. And then like that, and inside of here we have to turn the before we make the turn we have to deactivate the AI, right? Exactly, so active AI equals false. So now I click, the AI does its turn, comes again here inside, makes not a turn, we are on the game. Good. So now the only thing is we need a trigger for that. I think for X it should work, for O it doesn't work at the moment. So let's see, we hot restart quickly. So I'm X. Wait. Void human turn, or yeah, user turn. And I want, as a user, want to make the AI true. And then I make my turn with int I and int j, which we receive from here. Int I, int j. So Mino, how do you like the new stream setup since yesterday? I played a little bit around with the chat above me and a bit higher. The hacky and fast way, keep the game state as bitboard in an int. Totally solves all the problems. You get a bunch of worse problems though. Okay. To get a bitboard in an int. So the game board, you mean like this one, and then keep it all in an integer? Yeah. Maybe in the next stream we can start with that stuff. So we use this turn here for the game provider, game board. You will do the user turn now. So okay, hot restart. Let's try that. Still no. We're coming here inside. So this is the click. We say the active AI is true. Run here through, and I would say we're coming now to this point. So print test. Oh. I watch a second, I don't watch a second, and it's done already everything. All right, so hot reload. I have slowly the problem. Let me see. I think if I put that underneath the chat. Yeah, all right, okay. So out of some reasons, it doesn't activate. It doesn't work like I hoped for. So this is that. We use it on false. What I can do, I can just remove that. And instead of using an active AI, I could just say, okay, after the user turn, we say we have the AI turn. Nah. Because of the deep copy. Because of the deep copy. It just plays with itself at the moment. So that means... yeah. Why is it playing with itself? So we are coming inside. Why does it make... it mutates the state, unfortunately, for this board state, I think. So because we cannot even see that it does that stuff. So if we would do that inside of here with a notify listener somewhere, it probably would show us. Because what happens if it tries every action on the board, right? In order to get a valid solution or the best solution. And if we always mutate the state, that's horrible. So get active. So where was that with the result? I think this is that one. Here. So this is not a deep copy. Start deep copy list. Let's see. Nice. That's pretty cool. Yeah, you are right. Of course, if you're just using... How many bits has an integer? I think that should be 32 or... Look at that. Learned something. Yeah, that's true. And then you can just use that. Hello, hello. Welcome to the channel. That's nice. Me too. So that makes two of us. 16? Wait, I can Google again. So this is how many bits has... Okay, there are different types. Okay. Integer, dart, size. Let's see. 64. Okay, 64. Two complements form. It's a compile time error if a decimal integer literal does not fit into the size. Oh-ha. But this is int 64. Yeah, no. Huh. Crazy. Okay. So 64. Enough space for some bits, that's true. So yeah, you are new to CPP, so computer programming, right? Nice. It's getting a bit complicated maybe here, but because I don't really understand myself what I'm doing here, but maybe with that we learn together. So final variable new state must be initialized. Okay, so I would like to have this freaking board state copied. So yeah, I think I'm doing that now also 7 years, so something need to be copying up myself, and it's not only the money, I promise. I've just covered constructors. Okay. So constructors is really important for every object, that's true. So can you explain what exactly a constructor does? I will do now the same with you like I do always with my students. So I'll just let you repeat all the stuff once time to time until everyone understands everything. Because I don't know, my girlfriend, for example, got now a part of the software engineering. And we talked like whenever we were walking together, we always talked about, hey, what is a function? What is a method? Where is the difference between the two? What is an attribute? Where is a variable? What is a parameter? And it is a function within a class, but something makes it special to all the functions. So sorry, let's see what I can do here before I confuse you completely. So we want to get a full copy of this freaking list. So how do we do that? We have the board state, reversed first entry single. So I really have to create that. So for final I, I is smaller than the board state dot length plus plus. So and then inside of that we have to create the same thing. J plus plus. And then inside of here we have to say that this new state list, which cannot or should not be final anymore, but very good explained. Okay, so the new state gets a new list, right? And for every cell that we receive, so I think we can do that like this, create a new one. Then inside of here, we have to create every time a new list, right? Which will be 3 times. So new state.add and say we add a new list into it. And down here, we have now every cell of that. So we will add to every new state I dot add the board state I j. So every I adds a new element. Yeah, I think that makes sense. Yeah, I don't know why universities still do Java. I think Java is so old. On how the hardware is. Yeah, that's true. As I said, I want to do some robotics sooner or later, and I'm really looking forward to it because I think that is really cool. Especially the hardware part will be interesting for me. So Good, now we have this, we have the new state. So hopefully this time we will not update this or mutate the state right away. Fingers crossed, nothing happens. Okay, that's a good sign, I guess. Probably also a bad sign, depending on how you see it. So yeah. Yeah, that's true. I think Android gets some problems now, maybe in the future, right? Because of their I think Google has a fight with Oracle, if I have that in mind, right? And yeah, it's all everywhere. I think the most of the how do you call it? The smart devices are working with Java somehow. And of course Minecraft, right? So it must be good. So here, let's print something. I would like to see if we are coming to this place. Up, hot restart. We are not, or it just takes a long time. Aha, crash. Okay. That's all right. So what do we get? Unhandled, no such method. The getter item 1 was called on null. That's never a good thing. So we wanted to move and this one returns us null. Is that even possible? We get the board state, the active player, and it returned null. This one is the for loop. This is the return. It was horrible. Minecraft was amazing. And when I made my, I had a course for children at New Zealand and worked with them together. And we had like a little Raspberry Pi together where we played some Minecraft on servers. And I introduced them to programming by showing them how to create their own blocks and so on. And that was amazing. Even though that I don't like Java, but that was cool. But next, why do we don't get an answer here, a correct one? So let's debug the whole thing. So debug, we get our value. I think I made somewhere a terrible mistake. So min value result, we get the actions. Nice. I think that is very interesting. I was never a teacher in my life, but it was very interesting to see how parents react if their children show them something. And I was sometimes very sad for them because some children really had like problematic households. And to be honest, for me, it was very hard to see how that should work or how the children will work there and so on. So I was like, really? Is that a good thing? And so, and don't know. The explaining part was really fun because when we did that, I had the children with me and we, for example, to give instructions, what are instructions? And I was like taking some toast with me and needed to butter it, and then they needed to give me instructions how to do it. So for example, if they said open up the toasts, and I put it in the middle and I ripped it off in the middle and they were a bit surprised, but it was a lot of fun. Okay, we don't get anything from move, so we don't return anything. Okay, so we have somewhere a problem here inside. We go to the min value, else if active player equals player. Oh, no, this cannot be the problem. Okay, so this gets a result and we return the result, but we don't want to have a do we want to have a result? This one should return something valuable. So let's see. Oh, no. Execute. No, what was the other thing? I want to see the result of that. That was evaluate expression. Yeah, it is null. We don't get anything back from it. So I thought for a second that it is maybe. So still we get here a tuple with int, which shows me that this min-max. Oh no, this is correct. Okay, we get the action. The action is the tuple. Okay, that makes sense. Then this is correct. So you don't return something. Yeah, that's true. Let's retry. Here we are. Play as X. Go inside here. So the terminal is false, I guess. That's good. So then we have double V. This is the min value, right? So max value was up there. Cool. So we have no value. This is infinity. Good. The lowest value is null. We make an action. Let's evaluate the value of that. So Command Shift A. See. So we get a whole lot of tuples here. So these are all the possible actions. The max result. Okay, next step. Oh, that was weird. I know it's going inside again, of course. So the board state has now only a... And we have an action with 1 and 0. What is the board? Ah, wait. Yeah, inside of the min value, we want to have the max value. That's true. For the player, we have the lowest valued action. .0. Okay, so we have the action. Of course, because of all that recursive stuff, I don't find the solution at the moment, I guess. So let me make here a breakpoint. Okay, this is now the max value. This is not what I want. I get the min value actually. So what do you want to return? Lowest valued is 2, 2, and the V is infinity. 2, 1, 2, 2, 2, 0. Null. Okay. Why is it null? The lowest variable action is the action. Max. If we initialize the lowest value, we initialize it there. No, that. This is null, of course. Then we set that as an action. So he wants to tell me that he never drove into that. So the highest valued action is 1-1. Ah, this is the wrong place. T, so okay, sure, yeah, this time. I have to go to the phone again, sorry for that. So, good reason to catch up with water. Okay, and try it again. So go one step further. Don't make a breakpoint here or here. Even before that we crash. Ah, maybe I didn't watch the error message correctly. Wait a second. No such method gameboard AI turn. No, it complains here. Why? I want to break here. Okay, so let's restart. So T is null. Just to compare it quickly, I open up this one here and search for our state. So this is min value. Min value. So and see, what do we have? Current player, okay, min value. We go to the terminal board, we return terminal board, okay. Then we return the result of the utility board state where null is inside in the beginning. Then we have a double V, which is our value. And the lowest valued action. Okay, we have both of them. After that we set if final action Should be okay, right? Because, yeah. So final action in actions board. Yep, done that. Then we have the max result, which is max value. With the result, board state action. Okay. If v is unequal to min, v max result value. Then we say that the lowest valued action is the action. Aha, this is the problem. Min, my friend. So, exactly, and I probably made the same mistake down here at the max, up here. No, there is it correct. Max, max, and min, min. Okay, fantastic. Not too big, right? Don't forget the line. So, okay, now let's see what we are going into. Let's kill that application quickly, start it up. But with that, we have probably finished our AI at that point of time, hopefully. Click. Woo! Oh. Okay, of course, with that, the AI will win. And it made one step less, right? What is actually... It is the best indeed. But here's something different or off actually, because it gets this move. I click here, it overrides this move. And what I think what it tries to do is using this here. And the reason for that is I believe that I turn somewhere between I and J and I, so that I turned around the elements that he can use. I click here, now he clicked somewhere where he clicked already, I guess. So he wanted to click here. No, this would be this sign, but maybe this is also different than he thinks he clicked here or something. And I win already and the win condition doesn't work. I'm skeptical that this is right, actually. So let's have a look. We have this I turn, user turn. We turn there. That's fine. We let the AI turn. And we make this turn. This turn says that we change the state with the active player, which is correct. We say that the service terminal is the board state. So we check if it is finished, right? Then we say game over is true, winner is winner, and else switch players. So probably this one is wrong. Oh, board state J and I. Aha. Okay, so let's try this one. I should have worked what, but Okay, so what I can say is this AI turn only if winner, no, game over, equal true, right? We don't want to do another turn there, else we crash, as you saw. So this works, this works. So somehow we don't trigger. Yeah, I think so. If you do such stuff, then you always come to the same problems. But what's good is that we at least found now the reason. Now we just want to finish off because I win sometimes. So somehow our win is not getting win. So in our terminal we get the board, row in board, row contains null. If row contains null, if winning player X or winning player is O. So this gets the board with the cell player X. Yeah, I think that was maybe a good idea, but then still we would... No! That would change everything. But yeah, you're right. So let's think about it. So I guess if I make a turn as a user, so the first index is print index wave /free. So I would say this is our X axis, right? So print that for a second just to see where we're going with that. And this one we also have to print. So, okay. How to restart? Good. So 0, 0. Maybe I should give here some text. Players X. So X is X is 2. No. So this is vice versa. So there it starts already. Right? So this would be Y and this would be X. So if I select this, it would be X free and Y, no, this I should select. So then now we have X 2 and Y 0. And we said, so Y 0 did work, X 2 was also right, but the selection was wrong. Okay, fantastic. So let's go into the user turn. And now the first one is X and the second one is Y. And we can, or yeah, I think with IX it's maybe a bit clearer. So let's see, that is Y and this is IX. Good, so to make this move we have IX and IY. And the board state so I say this would be this and this would be that. I'm training myself at the moment to just get my head around what I'm doing here. So now the selection is correct, that's something. Okay, it did something, but we don't know which move he tried. I think he always selects the middle part or something. Okay, but at least the selection is now correct. So just that. So now we have to check if the winner and so on does it right. So I think the winner is at the moment off. So and you know what? I heard once that someone told us that testing would be a very good option. And I think this is perfect space for tests, right? Because 30 seconds latency, oy, oy, oy. But we have a pretty good bitrate at the moment and I'm pretty happy with the live streaming in general. We had just one frame that skipped, that is amazing. I don't even know if I can reduce the latency. I think if we make here on the settings, low latency. If you click on that cog inside of the stream, you can go into advanced and then say low latency. Maybe this helps you. Then the latency is maybe not that high anymore. Just a guess. I don't know. So user turn. We make this stuff and we have this winner. And it seems that this winner, well, we made a test for that, or doesn't the function work correctly? So we have this terminal and terminal uses winner, right? So this should finish it, yeah. And this shouldn't finish it. So would that change anything? No. Okay, so I would say this method works correct. So if one of them wins, or we have space, but why could I? Not for the tests. So this guy, terminal service, so we would get false. Up. So now I press here and we should be finished. That is true. So we go inside, we make game over. Notify all listeners. Aha. Is unequal to true. Which is false. No AI turn is done. Okay, that worked. It's always this line that he don't get into. But it's the only... Okay. Check the row in board. But it's the only thing that we have tested. So can I get this? So this would be here O, this is null, and here O. And all of that would be null. Null. No, that would be X. What did I select? It says I selected X2, which is true, and Y0. No, this was the computer. 1, 1. True. Good. 0, 0. That will be up here. Good. I click this one. 1 and 0 in X. True. And 1 in Y. That's correct. 2, O. 2 in X. 1, 2. And 0. That's correct. I click on this one. 2 and 1. And you evaluate should be false. Why? That's interesting. Okay, let's jump into it. Winning player is null. So at the moment, the column should win, right? So we have I of this. Oh, the computer plays against itself. Okay, go. Not quite sure what happens here. Here, tic-tac-toe. Start as is this now. Okay, so I press this. Let's remove that one. Okay, we would not have one yet, right? So no, 1 and 0. All right, computer is playing. I think he will select now multiple times that thing. Where does he get the board? The board comes from winner. The winner accesses the board state. Okay, well, that's not too bad, but you are taking the board and ask for the winner. Where comes this terminal into play? We have it here, where we put the board. So why is it overriding this stuff? Our terminal is not working as I expected to. So if I run this test now, if I have here null, null, subject terminal returns me this, and if I return winner, should be X, which is also true. So the test is working. So it seems that the board that we are using to evaluate is wrong or is damaged. So let's see, we have that game board provider, and here, if we call that, or better, whenever we come inside. Yeah, let's start that. No, this one. The main.dart application finished. Okay. Oh, jeez, I made some mistakes. This AI stuff is... Okay, this is not the problem with AI. This is a problem of mine, I guess, because I tried to play a bit around here and to let something work itself. It's not too easy, it seems. Where did it select now? Okay, this is also an issue that we don't know. But now let's stick with that. So I select this one, and this one. I wanted to debug. Duration game board. So this winner, when do I get that? Plays X. Now remove that. Up and that. Why I'm not at the Okay, sure. So we have to go here. Hot reload. Ignore that, ignore that. Ignore that, ignore that. So this one is important. So now I selected 2 and 1 and this one is evaluate. So we get now 3 elements. Ah, my test is the wrong way around. It's not like that. It is the following. It is this one is X and this one is X. And this one is null. And this one is null. Hot reload. So, no, not hot reload. Show me the test results. Run. Aha. Not true anymore. Fantastic. So why is that false? That means our row, our column win is wrong. So, and why is that? Check for the row winner. So this is the board itself. So this is every row, right? So good. So it needs to be somewhere here. So and if I make a debug, and I can also run that here. So we have that. Let's jump over the for loop up. And now what do we have? We have 1 and 2. Column count is X, column count. No, this is a range error. Nope, nope, nope. Phone, sorry guys. All right, so I will not finish that today, I think. So I have to skip for now. Maybe we have to do it tomorrow. I have a feeling what the problem is. So this is it not, of course, because this is a range error. But we are coming and has a 0. So this board... Can we evaluate that? Is O, so player equals player X, that's false. We're going through. Then we have the second board, the second element. This should be X now, right? So done. Player O. Range error. Yeah. Yeah, so I have to skip for today. Thank you so much for joining today. It was fantastic. I had some troubles there, but at least we managed to create a TikTok game that I can barely play with AI. So in the next time, in the next stream, I want to finish that off. And maybe we do it this evening anymore, but if not, don't be mad. Latest, I want to be on the weekend back. So thank you very much for joining and we see us the next time. Thanks. Bye.